Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This is gonna sound so fucking untrue, but hear me out, okay? I'm not the kind of person who makes up weird stories for attention. I don't post online. I don't even comment on things. I barely have social media anymore. I don't like being perceived, let alone watched. Which is why this whole thing has messed with me so badly. It started in a coffee shop in Portland. I live here now, have for a few years, and there's this little place near my apartment I go to when I need to work without actually working. One of those cozy wood and concrete places with the exposed ceiling and weird art on the walls that someone's cousin probably made. Anyway, I was sitting in the back, near the window, not even doing anything important, just on my laptop pretending to be productive. The place was half full. Mostly laptops, some quiet music playing, espresso hissing behind the counter. Then I got an airdrop notification. At first I ignored it. I don't have airdrop set to everyone, so I assumed it was a mistake or someone nearby trying to send a meme to a friend. But then it came again. Same file. It said, "Video from unknown device." There wasn't a name on the sender, just that generic unknown label, the kind that pops up when someone's name isn't saved in your contacts or they're actively hiding it. I hit decline. It popped up again. Same file, no change. I don't know why, but the second time I accepted it. I think I thought it would be a dumb joke, like a dog video or some kid pranking everyone with a fart sound effect. I didn't expect it to be me. Literally me. The video was maybe 10 seconds long, shot from across the room, from near the front counter. The angle was low, like someone holding their phone in their lap. And it showed me, sitting exactly where I was at the back of the cafe, typing, wearing the same clothes, hair up, headphones in, same posture. Just there. I watched it 3 times. My hands got cold, the kind of cold that crawls up from your palms into your arms. I didn't remember anyone pointing a phone at me. I didn't see anyone near the front looking in my direction. And the file name? That's what really screwed me up. The name of the video was my old address. Not the one I live at now, not one I've ever listed online, not something you'd find on a people search site unless you were really, really digging. It was an apartment I lived in with my dad when I was 13. Half a country away. I stared at that name for so long it stopped looking like words. The formatting was weird too, not Video 1 or IMG or anything like that. Just the full address, street number, name, city, no state, no zip. Just enough to know exactly where it was. I closed the video, looked up, scanned the cafe. No one was looking at me. No phones pointed in my direction. The guy near the window was on a Zoom call with headphones in. The woman behind me was reading an actual book. The barista was wiping down a milk pitcher. Nothing felt off, but I could feel it anyway. That skin-tight, heartbeat in your neck kind of tension. I opened the video again, slowed it down, tried to look for clues. That's when I noticed the reflection. Behind me, in the window, you could see the cafe. Not super clearly, the glass was dirty. Light was weird, but enough. And in that reflection, at the same table I was sitting at, there were two figures. One of them was me. But not me at the time of the recording. Me from the front, like I was facing whoever took the video. And then me again, to the left of the first one, leaning forward, looking toward the person recording. Same hair, same face, same fucking clothes, but her eyes were wrong. In the reflection, her face was still, unmoving, like a photo laid over a mirror, while the real me, the one in the seat, shifted slightly, blinked, tapped the keyboard. But the other me? Nothing. No blink. Just watching. The video ended. I nearly dropped my phone. I didn't even pack up, just closed my laptop and walked out like I was being chased. I didn't look behind me. Didn't check to see if anyone followed. I just walked home fast, through streets I've walked 100 times, and locked the door the second I stepped inside. I sat on the floor for a long time after that. Didn't even take my coat off. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I checked my phone again. The video was still there. Same file name. Same length. Still said received from unknown device. I tried to trace it. Clicked around in settings. Looked for history. Looked for Bluetooth logs. Nothing. It was like it had never come from anywhere at all. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the hallway light on and left the blinds open so I could see if anyone came up to the window. No one did. But around 3 in the morning, I opened my camera app, not to take a photo, just to look. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something in the front-facing preview. Something behind me. That looked like me. I didn't go back to the coffee shop. That probably sounds obvious, but for me, it was a big deal. That place was part of my routine. I don't have many constants, and that little back table near the window was one of them. But after what happened, even walking past it made my chest feel too tight. I stayed inside for a few days. Called in sick, closed the blinds, kept the hallway light on and the TV going at low volume, just so I wouldn't hear the quiet too clearly. I watched the video again on the second day. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know if I'd imagined it. Same clip, same angle, me sitting at the table, and in the reflection, that second version of me, staring into the camera like she already knew I'd be watching later. Her face still didn't move. Not once. Just that dead stare, no expression, no blink, like she was made of paper, like she was waiting. I took a screenshot and zoomed in. The reflection wasn't perfect. It was warped, like reflections always are, but the face was mine. Not just a general likeness. Mine. Same scar near the eyebrow, same necklace, same chipped tooth in the front, barely noticeable unless you're up close. The same, but not. Her skin looked too smooth. Her eyes too wide. She looked like me, if I was trying to look like me. And failing just slightly. like a costume that almost fits. That was worse than if it had been completely wrong. The wrongness was subtle, hidden in the details. That's what made it sink in deeper. By the third day, I tried to explain it to someone. I called my friend May. She's one of the only people I still talk to regularly. We went to school together. She's smart, no bullshit, the kind of person who doesn't scare easy. I didn't lead with the video. I just asked, have you ever had something weird happen? Like tech stuff, something that felt off. She laughed and said something about ads listening in, the usual paranoia. Then I told her what happened, the coffee shop, the airdrop, the video, the reflection. She didn't laugh that time. There was this long pause, and then she said, "Send it to me." I hesitated. I didn't want it on someone else's phone. I didn't want it to spread, like it would gain strength if I passed it around. But I trusted her. So I sent it. She called me right back. "I don't know what to say," she said. "That's you." "I know. But it's not either." "I know." She was quiet again. Then carefully she asked, "Do you think someone could have made this? Like a copy? A face thing? A deep fake?" Yeah. I wanted to say yes. I wanted that to be the answer. But I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "It's not just the face," I said. "It's the address. It's the reflection. It's the way I felt right before it showed up." "What do you mean?" I took a breath. I felt like someone was watching me, not in the obvious way, not creepy guy, across the room. It was like something just outside my line of sight, like the space around me was too full. She didn't respond for a bit. Then she said, "Okay, don't open it again. Just delete it. If it's messing with you that bad, don't give it more attention." I promised I'd delete it. But I didn't. I couldn't. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the file name. My old address. I hadn't thought about that place in years. It was this weird little duplex in the middle of nowhere, tucked between empty fields and a rusted-out playground. We only lived there for a couple of years, but something about that time left a mark. My dad and I didn't talk much anymore, but I still had his number. So I called him. He answered on the second ring. I told him I'd been thinking about that old place, asked if he remembered anything strange about it. He laughed. "Strange like what?" "I don't know. Just anything off." He was quiet for a second. Then he said, "Why are you asking about that house?" His tone changed. That was all it took. I told him the truth. Not the video, not the reflection. Just that the name of the house had come up, that I felt like something from there was following me. He didn't laugh this time. He said, "I used to hear things at night." I froze. "Like what?" "Like footsteps and voices, but not loud, like they were inside the walls." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You were a kid. You had enough going on." I didn't know what to say to that. Then he added, "Your room was the coldest one, even in summer." I remembered that. I used to sleep with 2 blankets, even when it was hot. I thought I was just sensitive to temperature. No one else ever mentioned it. My dad said, one night, you came into my room crying, said there was someone in your mirror. I don't remember that. I know. You stopped talking about it the next day. The line went quiet again. I thanked him for telling me. We hung up. I didn't sleep that night either. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I kept looking at my phone, wondering if I'd get another video. The video didn't send itself again. I was half expecting that, like I'd wake up to another airdrop or a file just sitting on my home screen without explanation. But no, it just stayed there on my phone, like it was waiting for me to press play again. I didn't. I kept it, but I didn't open it. The next day was the first time I left the apartment since it happened. I told myself I just needed to do something normal. Groceries, walk. Breathe outdoor air and feel sun on my skin like a real person instead of someone hiding from her own reflection. I put on sunglasses, hoodie, kept my head down even though I was outside. I didn't feel watched in the way I did in the coffee shop, but something was still off, like the sidewalks were too wide. Like the light hit everything at a slightly wrong angle. At the store, I caught myself glancing toward the ceiling mirrors, the big ones they use for security. I could see myself, distorted a little, fish-eyed. And for a second, I swear she was there. Not fully. Just a flicker. My reflection didn't move when I did. My hand reached for the oranges, but the reflection lagged a beat behind. Then it caught up like nothing happened. Just an error. A moment. I left the cart and walked out. On the way home, I passed a building with tinted glass windows, not mirrored exactly, but reflective enough that you can see your shape in them when the sun hits right. She was there again, walking next to me, not behind, not in front, side by side. I didn't look directly, just saw the movement, the posture. She didn't look at me. She just walked with me for half a block, then faded back as I turned the corner. When I got home, I locked the door and closed every curtain in the apartment. That's when I decided to look deeper into the video. Not to watch it again, I still couldn't, but to check the data behind it. I used this free file inspection tool May sent me. She's into all kinds of nerdy stuff and said it might help trace where the video came from. Even if the device said unknown, there might be something buried in the metadata. I uploaded the file. Most of it was standard. Format, resolution, date, time. It had a timestamp that matched when I was sitting in the cafe. But the location, that's what got me. It didn't list the coffee shop. It listed my old address. Not as the file name, as the origin. It said the video had been created there, which is impossible. I haven't been back to that place in more than a decade. It's halfway across the country. I don't even know who lives there now. But according to the metadata, that video was recorded in the living room of the duplex I lived in when I was 13. I took a screenshot, sent it to May. Her reply was immediate. This makes no sense. No shit. I wanted to believe it was a glitch, a GPS error, some kind of mix-up. But then I remembered something. That old apartment, the layout. The reflection in the cafe window didn't just show the me that wasn't me. It showed something behind her, a wall, a coat rack, a mirror frame, none of which were in the coffee shop, but all of which were in that old living room. I checked the video again, still didn't press play, just scrubbed to the middle frame and paused. There it was. In the background, behind the frozen version of me staring at the camera, was my old house. I don't know how I missed it before. The walls were the same pale green my dad tried to paint over but never finished. The warped mirror by the door, the stupid metal coat rack that always leaned to one side because we never anchored it properly. It was all there. Not in the cafe. In the reflection, it's like the video had two realities layered on top of each other. One, the coffee shop where I was sitting. Two, the house I haven't been inside in over 10 years. I showed the frame to May. She stared at it for a long time. Then she said, "You need to delete this." I said, "I think it's already in the phone." She said, "Then you need to throw the phone out." I didn't. I should have, but I didn't. Instead, I did something worse. I looked up the old address. Not just the location, the listing. It's still there, still standing, same sagging porch, same mailbox with the dent on the side from when someone hit it with a baseball bat. And it's for rent. I clicked through the photos. The inside's been redone, new floors, new paint, new appliances. But the bones are the same. I recognized the archway between the kitchen and the hall, the narrow bedroom with the slanted window, the closet door that never shut right. I stared at the photo of the living room, tried to line it up with the reflection in the video. It matched. Almost perfectly, but there was one difference. In the photo on the listing, taken during the day with bright lighting and clean staging, there was a mirror on the wall. And in the mirror, there was no reflection of the room, just darkness, like the mirror had been painted black, or like it wasn't a mirror at all. I closed the listing, walked into my bathroom, and looked at my own mirror. At first, it looked normal. Just me. Tired, pale, circles under my eyes. But the longer I looked, the more I felt that wrongness coming back. Not behind me. Not in the room. In the reflection, she wasn't there. Not yet. But I knew she was close. The mirror in the bathroom stayed normal for the rest of the night, at least as normal as it could be when I kept going back to check it every 15 minutes, like a complete maniac. I'd walk away, feel okay for half a second, then catch a glimpse in the dark TV screen or the microwave door and get pulled right back in. It wasn't that I saw anything new. I didn't. It was the waiting, the knowing that something was aware of me and that it didn't need to show up to make me feel it. The silence had weight now. I didn't sleep. I lay in bed with the light on, fully dressed, phone on the nightstand, like being prepared would help. At exactly 3 a.m, the phone buzzed once. No call, no notification, just a single vibration, like it had glitched. I picked it up. Screen was blank, battery fine, no missed anything. But the video file, the one I swore I wouldn't touch again, it had duplicated itself. Same name, Same file size, but the second one had a new timestamp, dated for that exact day, a few hours earlier. And this one was longer. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch it. Just watched the file sit there, like it was breathing, like it was waiting to be let in. May came by the next morning. I hadn't told her about the new file. I just said I needed help. She brought coffee and that no-nonsense energy she always has, the kind that makes you believe you can fix anything if you just talk fast and walk with purpose. She sat at my kitchen table, looked me in the eye, and said, "We're deleting the video." I didn't argue. I just handed her the phone. She opened the Files app, selected both clips, and hit delete. Then she emptied the trash. "Gone," she said. But we both knew it wasn't that simple. She looked up at me. "We need to figure out what this thing wants." I said, "I don't think it wants anything." May frowned. "Then why show up at all?" I didn't have an answer. She stayed with me most of the day. We talked about old stuff, tried to shift focus. She even made us lunch, like we were back in school again, hiding out from everything. For a while it worked. Then she left around 7, just as it was getting dark. I told her I'd be okay. That was a lie. The apartment felt different the second the door clicked shut behind her. Not colder, not darker, just thinner. Like the air had stretched out. I turned on every light. Made tea. Did laundry just to hear the sound of the machine running. And around 10, I walked past the mirror again. It wasn't me. For half a second, just long enough to register it wasn't me looking back. Same face, yes. Same hair, same clothes. But not my eyes. The reflection blinked first. I stepped back. Hard. My elbow hit the wall and I dropped the mug I was holding. It shattered in the hallway, ceramic pieces flying under the door frame and into the dark. The mirror was normal again. Completely fine. I cleaned up the mess slowly, like moving too fast might trigger something worse. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and tried not to cry. It wasn't the reflection that scared me most. It was how calm she looked, like she belonged there more than I did. At midnight, I checked my phone. Both video files were back. Same names, same sizes, sitting there like they'd never left. I turned the phone off and put it in a drawer. Didn't even want to touch it. That was when I decided. I had to go back. To the house. The old address. I didn't want to. Every bone in my body screamed not to. But there was this pull like gravity, like a string had been tied around me from that place since I was 13, and only now someone was starting to reel it in. I booked a flight for the next day. Didn't tell May. Didn't tell anyone. Just packed a bag, left a note on my kitchen counter saying I'd be back soon, and locked the door behind me. The flight was quiet. I didn't talk to anyone. Slept most of the way, or pretended to. When I got to the old neighborhood, everything looked smaller. The trees were bare, and the sky was that washed-out gray that makes everything feel like it's been drained. The house hadn't changed much. Different paint maybe, new numbers on the mailbox, but the shape of it was the same. I didn't knock. There was a "For Rent" sign still posted. I walked around the back. No one was there. The back door was unlocked. I slipped inside like I still lived there. The hallway hit me first. Same floor creak near the kitchen. Same scuff marks under the arch. I walked into the living room and froze. The mirror was still there. Same size, same spot. But it had been covered. Not removed, covered. A black cloth nailed around the edges, tight to the wall like someone was trying to seal it in. I stepped closer. The fabric moved. Just slightly, like breath under a blanket. I reached up and touched it. Warm. I didn't pull it down. I didn't need to, because I already knew what was behind it. Not a reflection. Not anymore. I didn't touch the cloth again. I stood in front of that mirror for maybe a full minute, hand still hovering near the edge, heart thudding like it was warning me not to move. Whatever was behind it, someone had tried to keep it in. Or maybe, if I was being honest, to keep something out. The room didn't feel haunted. It felt still, dead still, like the house itself was holding its breath. The air was thick, stale, like it hadn't been moved in years, even though the windows were clean and the floor looked recently swept. I backed out of the room. Slow. Not panicked, not yet. I walked the rest of the house, not to snoop, just to ground myself. I hadn't been inside in more than 10 years, but the bones were the same. My old bedroom was smaller than I remembered. The paint was different now, but I could still see the spot on the ceiling where rain used to stain through. Same slanted window, same uneven floorboard that creaked when you stepped near the closet. And the closet was open. Nothing in it, just dust and air. But it smelled like soap. Like something had been living in there recently, not an animal, a person. That's when it hit me. Maybe someone had been staying in the house. Maybe someone left that mirror covered for a reason. Maybe whoever sent the video, if it wasn't just some tech glitch or digital nightmare, had been living here, waiting. I should have left right then, but I didn't, because I still didn't understand why the reflection looked like me, why the name of the file was my old address, why the timestamp said it was recorded here, when it clearly showed me sitting in a coffee shop hundreds of miles away. So I went back to the living room, sat on the floor, faced the mirror, cloth still covering it, and waited. I don't know what I was expecting. A voice, a whisper, another vibration in my pocket. But nothing came. Just that silence, thick and breathing. I whispered, "What do you want?" The cloth rippled. Not like it was wind, like something behind it had shifted, lightly pressing against the fabric. I didn't move. I just kept talking. "I know you're not me," I said. No answer, but I felt it, that electric pulse in the air, like the space was tuning itself. "You're wearing me." Still nothing. And then, from behind the cloth, a voice. Not loud, not even spoken. A whisper that wasn't sound, just words pressed into my head like steam on glass. "You looked first." I flinched. "What?" You saw me, that's all it takes. I didn't mean to. Doesn't matter. The cloth pulled tighter against the frame, like something was pressing forward, still unseen. You made space. Now I fit. I shook my head. I didn't let you in. I never invited anything. You didn't have to. Mirrors, remember? That broke something in me. I looked at my hands, tried to steady my breathing. You're not me, I said again. You're just a reflection. I was, but I watched, long enough to learn. I felt sick. You're in the video. You were in the cafe. Why? To see if you'd notice. The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was curious, like a child turning a bug over in its palm. You're interesting when you think no one's watching. I stood up, hands shaking. I'm done with this. No response. I stepped back, turned to leave the room. But just before I crossed the threshold, I heard one more thing. Not in my head this time. Spoken, soft and low, like it came from inside the mirror itself. You left the door open. I stopped cold, turned, but the mirror was still covered. No voice now, no breath, no ripple. Just the black cloth, still nailed in place. I walked out fast. Didn't run, didn't scream, but I left. Back through the kitchen, out the back door, into the cold gray air that somehow felt too warm after the quiet of that house. I drove straight to the airport. Didn't stop, didn't think. I was lucky to get a flight back that day. Paid more than I could afford, but I didn't care. I just needed to be away from that place. Back in my own apartment, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror for a long time. It looked like me. No lag, no second image, no shadow. But I could feel it. That she was still there. Watching. Not through the glass anymore. Through me. That night, I threw the phone away. Not reset. Not erased. Threw it out. Battery and all, into the bin behind the grocery store. It buzzed once in my hand before I let go. One last message I didn't read. I bought a new phone the next day. Started fresh. New number, new account, no backup. May helped me set it up. She asked what I saw in the house. I told her part of it. Not the voice, not the message. Just that something had been watching me through mirrors for a long time, and I didn't notice until it got bored waiting. She didn't press. That's why I trust her. She just said, "You should cover the mirror." I nodded, but I haven't. Because part of me thinks it doesn't matter anymore. I didn't cover the mirror. I thought about it every night for a week. I even bought one of those blackout cloths May recommended, something thick enough to block out everything behind it, but it stayed in the drawer. I'd stand in the bathroom, brushing my teeth, looking into that glass, waiting to see her again, and I didn't. At least not the way I expected. She didn't show up in the reflection, not clearly, but I still caught things, little moments, a second too long of eye contact with myself, a breath that didn't match the one I was taking. The tiniest delay before my expression changed. It was like watching someone pretend to be me and doing a really good job. But not perfect. Never perfect. I stopped checking the mirror at night, not because I was scared, because I didn't want to give her the attention. That's what this always came back to, attention. The more I looked, the more I fed it. The more I tried to catch her, the deeper she got in. So I stopped looking. No mirrors after dark, no front-facing camera. I even stuck a little piece of paper over the selfie lens on my new phone. May thought I was being paranoid, but she didn't argue. She gets it now in that quiet way where people don't want to believe you, but they also don't want to see what you saw. The thing, and I know how this sounds, it worked. For a while, nothing happened. No more videos. No whispers. No second faces. I stopped waking up in the middle of the night with that feeling of being watched. Even the dreams settled down. No more mirrors in them, just static, empty streets, sometimes a shadow standing way too far down a hallway, but never close, never reaching. Then, one morning, I woke up and the cloth I'd left folded in the drawer was gone. I didn't panic. I didn't even move at first. I just sat in bed and listened. The apartment was quiet, normal quiet, birds outside, pipes shifting, someone's dog barking 2 floors down. Still, I got up and checked. The drawer was open, not pulled out, just cracked, like someone had forgotten to shut it. And the cloth? Folded neatly, placed on the bathroom counter, right in front of the mirror. I hadn't touched it, I was sure. But there it was, waiting. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked it up and hung it over the mirror. Not to block her. To close the loop. If she wanted to be seen, I wasn't going to give her that. If she wanted me to acknowledge her, to spiral again, to watch every reflection like it might crack and spill her out, I wouldn't. That was her game, not mine. From then on, things stayed quiet. Not fixed, not erased, but quiet. Some nights I still feel her near the wall when I'm trying to sleep, like she's pacing behind the glass, not trapped, just waiting for the glass to open again, waiting for me to slip, for me to look too long. But I don't. Not anymore. May still checks on me. She's good like that. She came over last weekend, brought food, sat on the floor like we were back in our old dorm. She asked me how things were, really. I told her the truth, that it was better. That the quiet was heavier now, but manageable. That sometimes I felt like I was being mirrored by something that hadn't figured out how to stop mimicking me. She didn't laugh. Just nodded and said, "She probably liked being you." I didn't respond to that, because I'd already been thinking it. What if this whole thing started because she wanted to try? Not hurt me, not haunt me, not even replace me. Just be me. The way people put on someone else's jacket to see if it fits. What scared me most wasn't that she looked like me. It's that she looked like me in ways I hadn't seen in a long time. She sat straighter, made eye contact, didn't flinch. She wasn't an echo of who I am. She was a reminder of who I used to be before everything got small and quiet and digital. before I forgot what it felt like to be in my own skin without second-guessing every word out of my mouth. I wonder if that's what reflections are. Versions of ourselves we gave up without realizing it. Maybe she didn't crawl through the glass to become me. Maybe I stepped back so far from my own life that she just filled in the space. But not anymore. Now, when I walk past windows or storefronts, I look for myself. Not her. Me. And when I see something strang a flicker, a mismatch, I don't stop and stare. I don't invite it in. I just keep walking. Because I've learned something important. You can't fight a reflection, but you can refuse to be haunted by it. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs. Some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food. A guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half-lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word, pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. That little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" Just drive. Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him, like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while, 15 minutes, maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just two yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. So, you visiting from out of town? Nothing. Been a quiet night, I said. You're probably my last ride. He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seat belt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. You okay, man? That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. The words landed like a weight in my chest. What does that mean? Silence. I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of two-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. All right, look, I said, slowing down a bit. I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going. He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. Hey, I said, my voice sharper now. I'm serious. This isn't funny. Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park, turned around fully in my seat. Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm. And there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. Keep going. even if it feels wrong. And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him. Nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped, no matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet, like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open, I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination, just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else, because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds, like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what, I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself. Again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else? I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me. That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, he said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, Someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear-view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. "Ready when you are." I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car. Just leave. Floor it, don't look back. But I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made 2 of us. And then he did move. 1 step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt? Buckled. Again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence, and the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages. No 3:14 a.m. wake-ups. No more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind, just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town, got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary, locked gates, no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough, about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt, and after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work. Big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m., and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason. I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess. If I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost, or a curse, or something worse. But I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. I always turn the hallway light off before bed. It's one of those habits I don't think about. Right after I brush my teeth, I check the stove, then the doors, then I flick the hallway switch off. Same routine every night since my son was born. Our place isn't big, just 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, all laid out in a straight line. His room's at the end of the hall. Mine's closest to the front door. That hallway light sits dead center, above a creaky patch of floor that you can't avoid stepping on unless you're floating. Anyway, a week ago, I woke up in the middle of the night, 3:12 in the morning. I know that because my phone screen lit up when I checked it. I didn't hear anything, just woke up. One of those sudden alerts your body gives when something's off, even if your brain hasn't figured out what yet. I got up, padded down the hallway, and saw it. The light was on. Bright, not flickering, not dim, just fully on like someone had turned it on while I slept. I stood there for a second, then turned it off and went back to bed. Didn't think too much of it. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I only thought I flipped it off. It happens. I've been tired lately. Being a single parent will do that to you. My son's name is Jacob. He's 5. He likes dinosaurs and peanut butter crackers and insists on falling asleep with a toy truck tucked under his pillow. He's a good kid, quiet, not fussy. But he wakes up early and talks a mile a minute, so by the time I get him to bed, I'm usually half dead myself. The second night, I woke up again. Same time. 3:12. Hallway light on. This time I was sure I'd turned it off before bed. I stood there a little longer, looked down the hall. Jacob's door was still closed. The place was silent. I turned it off, checked the switch, didn't feel loose or faulty. Then I cracked Jacob's door and peeked inside. He was asleep. One arm flopped over his stuffed stegosaurus, the truck on the pillow. I closed the door gently and went back to bed. By night 4, I started getting that feeling. You know the one, where something mundane starts happening often enough that it stops being a coincidence and starts feeling like a message or a warning. I started checking the light more carefully, clicked the switch off, watched the bulb go dark, stood there for a full 10 seconds before turning in. Still, every night I woke up. Same time. Same glow down the hall. That's when I started to feel it wasn't me. And it wasn't Jacob. I mean, the kid's barely tall enough to see the kitchen counter. That switch is at least a foot over his head. I asked him gently the next morning, "Hey, bud, have you been getting up at night?" He looked at me like I asked if he'd been flying to the moon. "No," he said, mouth full of cereal. "I been sleepin'. Why?" I told him the hallway light keeps turning on. He blinked, then said, "That's her light." I felt something crawl under my skin. "Whose light?" He shrugged. "She comes out to check. She needs it on so she can see." "Who does?" Jacob stirred his cereal around, real casual. "She comes out to make sure you're asleep." Then he added, like he was sharing a secret, "She doesn't like being watched." I didn't press him after that. I didn't want to scare him. I didn't want to scare me. That night, I set up an old phone in the living room with a camera app running. I angled it just enough to catch the start of the hallway. It wouldn't get the switch itself, but it might show if Jacob was walking around. That's all I was trying to prove. I watched him fall asleep, same routine. Truck under the pillow, dinosaur in one hand. He was out cold in 5 minutes. I checked the switch again, off. I went to bed. This time I didn't fall asleep easy. I kept my eyes on the ceiling, kept waiting. And just before I drifted off like my brain knew what was coming, I opened my eyes. My phone screen was lit. 3:12. I got up, walked into the hallway. Light on. This time I didn't turn it off right away. I stood there, Waited. Nothing moved. The house didn't creak. The silence wasn't deep. It was full, like the air was listening to me. Eventually, I turned it off. The next morning, I reviewed the footage. It was boring for a while. Just a few frames of nothing. Dark hallway. No movement. Then, right after the timestamp hit 3:11, something happened. The hallway light flicked on. No sound. Just that bright click of illumination. And then something leaned into frame from above. From the ceiling. It wasn't a person. Not exactly. It was long. Too long. Thin arms reached downward, like they were stretching from somewhere higher than the camera could see. They moved toward the bulb. Almost touched it. Then pulled back. And vanished. No footsteps, no sound. Just that brief moment of reaching. I watched it 5 times. Then I deleted it. I told myself I imagined it, that the angle was weird, that the shadows were playing tricks. But deep down, I knew I hadn't imagined it. Because Jacob's words came back to me, clear as a bell. She doesn't like being watched. I didn't tell Jacob about the camera. I wanted to. God, I almost did. But every time I got close, I kept hearing his voice in my head the way he'd said it so calmly, like it wasn't strange at all. Like this was just part of the night, part of how the world worked for him. She comes out to make sure you're asleep. Not something, not a monster, not a ghost. She. There was something about the word that made my skin feel too small. The next night, I didn't set the camera back up. I told myself it was because I needed the phone for work, but the truth was I didn't want to see it again. Not if it was going to show what I thought it would. Not if it was going to be more than arms this time. I turned the hallway light off at exactly 10:15. I remember checking the clock just to make sure. I stood under it for a while, watched the bulb cool, felt the quiet settle over the house. Then I went to bed. I left the door cracked just enough to hear Jacob if he called out. He didn't. But I still woke up. 3:12. Again. I didn't check my phone this time. I didn't need to. I could feel the light through the crack in the door, that same faint yellow glow, too sharp to be a dream. I got up, slow this time, not annoyed, not even scared, just tired. When I stepped into the hallway, the light was already on. Everything looked exactly like it always did, same carpet, same patch of floor that creaked under my heel, same scuffed wall from when we moved the bookshelf. But something felt different. Not colder, not darker. Fuller. Like someone had just left, or was still close. I didn't move right away. I just stood there, listening. And then I heard it. A quiet shift from Jacob's room. I walked toward the door and opened it gently. He was sitting up in bed, wide awake, not crying, not scared, just awake, like he'd been waiting. "Hey," I whispered, "everything okay?" He nodded. "Did you get up?" "No." "You sure?" He looked at me. She was here. The hairs on my arms lifted. "In your room?" He shook his head, just outside. I sat on the edge of the bed. "Jacob," I said, Who is she? He thought about it. You could see him working through something in his head, like he was trying to pick the right words. She checks the lights. What else? She watches you sleep, and if you move, she waits. Waits for what? Jacob didn't answer, just shrugged and lay back down, pulling the blanket up under his chin. She doesn't like loud stuff, he said after a while. She only likes it when everything's quiet. I stayed in his room until he fell asleep again. Then I walked back down the hallway and turned the light off. This time, I didn't go back to bed. I sat in the living room with a cup of tea and stared at nothing. The shadows on the walls, the tiny red dot on the TV that said it was in standby mode. I stared until the sun came up and the light in the hallway finally meant morning again. Later that day, I went looking for answers. Not online. I knew better than to type something like long-armed shadow woman in hallway into a search bar. I didn't want Reddit threads and ghost hunting YouTube videos. I wanted something real. Something that didn't feel like it had been polished up for clicks. So I went to the library. Not the big one downtown, the small branch a few streets over, the one where old people sit by the windows with paperbacks that smell like rain. I asked the lady at the desk if they had anything on local folklore. She raised an eyebrow but pointed me to a corner shelf with creaky binders and books that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. I didn't find much at first. Stories about graveyards and floods and the usual haunted house legends. Old man who walks the train tracks. Dog that guards a church even though it died 50 years ago. But then I found something different. A collection of interviews, transcripts really, typed up and stapled together. Someone had gone around asking people in the area about things they saw growing up, things they were told not to talk about. One name kept coming up. The Watcher Woman. Descriptions varied. Sometimes she was tall, sometimes not. Sometimes she had a face, sometimes not, but the pattern was always the same. Hallways. Lights. Nighttime. And one quote from a man who'd grown up 2 blocks from where I live stuck out like it had been burned onto the page. She comes when things are quiet, when someone's alone. She likes routine. If you break it, she notices. If you look too long, she waits. And if you try to see her clearly, the rest was cut off, literally torn, like someone didn't want the next part read. I closed the booklet. Didn't check anything else. I walked home with that one sentence echoing in my head. If you try to see her clearly. That night, I didn't touch the hallway light. I left it on. Jacob asked about it during bedtime. You forgot to turn it off, he said, pointing toward the open door. I shook my head. No, I didn't forget. He looked confused for a second. Then he nodded, like he understood something without needing me to say it out loud. She'll like that, he said. I stayed up again. 3:12 came and went. I didn't get up. Didn't go to the hallway. Didn't look. And for the first time in a week, I didn't hear anything. But I did feel something. A kind of warmth in the air. Like a quiet approval. I kept the light on the next night, too. Not out of fear, exactly. It was more like instinct. Like when you let a door stay open because you feel something would rattle if you shut it. I brushed my teeth, checked on Jacob, turned off the kitchen light, and left the hallway glowing. It felt wrong and right at the same time. Wrong because it wasn't what I usually did, and I'm a creature of habit, always have been. Right because the house stayed still that night. No footsteps, no creaks, no waking up at 3:12. In the morning, Jacob padded out of his room in his socks and said, "She's quieter when the light's on." Like it was weather, like it was something we just live with now. We didn't talk about it more than that. I dropped him off at school, then sat in the car for a long time before heading home. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, not at the traffic, at the back seat. It felt like someone should have been there, or had just been. I didn't tell anyone what was happening, not my sister, not my coworker who always calls to talk about nothing, not Jacob's teacher. It felt like if I said it out loud, it would grow teeth. So I kept it to myself. That Friday, I was folding laundry while Jacob played with his dinosaur toys. I wasn't thinking about the hallway or the light or anything strange. I was just trying to match socks that never seemed to stay in pairs. Then he looked up at me and said, "She likes when you don't talk." I froze with the shirt in my hands. "What do you mean, bud?" She said, "You talk too much in your head." My heart skipped. "Did she tell you that?" Jacob nodded, completely unbothered. "When?" He shrugged. "Last night. She said it while she was looking at the wall." "What wall?" He pointed toward the hallway. "That one. She stands there when she doesn't want to go in." I tried to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean, go in?" Jacob lined up his toys in a row. "She can go anywhere if the light's off, but if it's on, she stays by the edge." I sat down. This wasn't a joke. He wasn't imagining it. Or maybe he was, but it didn't feel that way. It felt like he was telling me something he'd accepted before he even had words for it. "She says you don't sleep right," he added. "Why not?" Jacob tilted his head. "Because you try to listen too hard." I didn't say anything after that. That night, I did something I shouldn't have. I turned the light off. Not to be brave. To test it. To see what would happen now that I knew more. Maybe I wanted to break the pattern. Maybe I just wanted to feel in control again. Whatever the reason, I flipped the switch and stood there in the dark hallway, letting the quiet press in around me. Jacob was already asleep. The apartment felt like it had swallowed its own breath. I waited. Nothing happened. No sound, no flicker, no shift in the air. I went to bed. I stared at the ceiling. And then I blinked. When I opened my eyes, the room was wrong. Not the objects, not the walls. The feeling. The hallway light was on again. But it wasn't the soft yellow it usually was. It looked brighter, too white, too still. I got up. The hallway was empty, but the air smelled like something had been there. Not perfume, not flowers. Old cloth. Dry skin. Like a closet that hadn't been opened in years. I turned the light off and immediately regretted it. Because in that half second before darkness settled in, I saw the edge of something near the ceiling. It didn't move, but it was there. I turned the light back on. Gone. The next day, Jacob was quiet. He sat at the table drawing with crayons, working on something with slow, careful lines. I asked what he was making. He said, "A map." I looked. It wasn't a map. It was our apartment, drawn from above. 2 bedrooms, the bathroom, the living room, the kitchen, and the hallway. At the center of it, he'd drawn a tall figure with long arms stretched toward a circle he'd colored in yellow. "This is the light," he said, tapping the circle. "And who's that?" He looked up at me. "That's the quiet lady." I asked if she ever talks to him. He said, "She did once. She said I was too little." "For what?" "To see her the way you do." I asked what that meant. He didn't answer, just went back to coloring. That evening, I left the hallway light on again, and I whispered, just once, before going to bed, "I'm not trying to see you." I don't know why I said it, but I meant it. Maybe that matters. Because that night, I didn't wake up. I slept through until morning. When I opened my bedroom door, the hallway light was off. Jacob's door was still closed. But the smell, that dry cloth smell, was gone. The hallway was just a hallway again. For now, anyway. It's been quiet for 3 days now. I've kept the hallway light on every night. I make sure it stays on until morning. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and check it. Not because I'm afraid it's off, but because I need to see that warm yellow stillness for myself. That's how I know everything's still holding together. Jacob's been sleeping better too. No weird dreams, no strange drawings. He's been back to his usual self, asking for pancakes every morning, leaving his socks on the floor, giving me completely made-up facts about dinosaurs. But even in the calm, there's this edge. It's like we're living next to something, not with it. Like a thin wall was put up overnight, and on the other side of it, the quiet lady is waiting. Not angry, not gone, just there. I started leaving offerings. I don't know why I called them that. It's not like I read it somewhere or heard a voice tell me to. It just felt right. The first night, I left a cup of water under the hallway light. The next night, a little folded paper crane Jacob made during art class. Then a candle, unlit. Just things, small, simple, respectful. Each morning they were exactly where I left them. Nothing moved, nothing taken, but the hallway always felt calm when I did it. I think she noticed. I told myself I wouldn't ask Jacob any more questions. I didn't want to make him carry this. But kids are strange. They always seem to know when something's happening, even if you try to protect them from it. This morning, while he was tying his shoes, he said it like he was telling me we were out of cereal. "She doesn't come inside anymore." I looked up from my coffee. "What do you mean?" "She stays in the corner now, near the ceiling. She doesn't reach for the light." My mouth felt dry. "Did she say anything?" Jacob shook his head. "She's quieter than before. She's just waiting now." "Waiting for what?" He gave me a look like I should already know. "For you to stop." I didn't press him. I walked him to school, gave him the usual high five at the gate, then walked the long way back home. I didn't want to go inside yet, not because anything felt wrong, just the opposite. It felt too right, like the house was holding its breath. When I finally got back, I stood in the hallway for a long time, just standing, listening. The light hummed faintly overhead, the floor creaked the way it always does, the air smelled normal again, no dust, no cloth. Just the scent of laundry detergent from the pile of folded clothes in the living room. But the feeling that presence was still there, less direct, but still watching, still present. I crouched down and picked up the little paper crane from the base of the wall. It was crumpled, not a lot, just enough to know it had been touched. I didn't tell Jacob. That night, after he was asleep, I sat in the hallway, right under the light. I didn't bring my phone, no tea, no music, just me, sitting cross-legged on the floor like a kid at story time. And I talked, quietly, nothing dramatic, just thoughts, things I hadn't said out loud in a long time. I told her about Jacob's mom, how she left just after he turned 2, how I'd done everything I could to make up for that missing part, even though I knew I couldn't. I told her I wasn't sleeping much before she showed up, that I'd started dreading bedtime. Not because I was scared, but because I didn't want to keep doing the same empty routine, night after night, wondering if I was doing it wrong. I said I didn't mean to see her, that I wasn't trying to catch her or expose her or scare her away, that I just didn't understand, and I panicked. The words felt strange as I said them, like I was speaking into water. But I kept going. I said thank you for keeping the light on. I said I was trying to keep my son safe, and that if she was too, then maybe we didn't have to be at odds. I said I would stop watching, that she didn't need to hide anymore. Then I sat in silence, and for the first time, I felt her there, not behind me, not above me, not in the corners, but beside me. Not close, not threatening, just near, like someone sitting in the next room, listening without needing to answer. When I went to bed that night, I left the hallway light on again. I slept the whole way through. No dreams, no whispers. In the morning, Jacob was already up. He was sitting at the kitchen table, drawing again. I asked what he was working on. He turned the page around. It was our hallway, drawn from the side this time. The light was still there, bright and yellow. But instead of the figure with long arms, he'd drawn 2 shapes. One was small, sitting on the floor. The other was taller, sitting beside it. Neither had faces, just outlines. Together, I kept thinking it was over, that whatever had been happening with the hallway light had settled into something harmless, something we could live with, not normal exactly, but manageable. Like a house guest who knows to keep quiet after dark. But nothing ever just stops, not really. Things shift. They wait. And when you stop paying attention, they lean back in. It started again 2 nights ago. I was in bed, almost asleep, when I heard the hallway light click off. Just like that. soft and sharp, like a fingernail flicking a switch. I froze. I hadn't moved. I hadn't touched anything. Jacob was asleep. I sat up and stared at the crack under the door. Dark. Not dim, not glowing. Just black. I waited, hoping I'd hear it come back on. It didn't. I got up slowly, opened the door. The hallway was still dark, but it didn't feel empty. The air was too still, too held, like the moment before a storm hits, when the wind disappears and the trees go stiff. I didn't step forward. Instead, I whispered, "You can turn it back on." Nothing. I took one more step, barefoot on that creaky patch of floor. Then the light snapped on again. Not slowly, not with a flicker. Like someone had been waiting for me to ask. I stood there for a while, looking up at the bulb, at the ceiling around it. There was nothing there. No shadow. No movement. But the feeling was back, that soft pressure in the chest, that knowing. She was watching again. Not angry. Just closer. Jacob asked about it the next morning. We were walking to the car, and he said, "She turned it off last night." I looked at him. "She doesn't usually do that, right?" "No," he said, "but she wanted to see if you'd notice." "Why?" He shrugged. "She's checking." "For what?" Jacob climbed into his seat and buckled the strap. "She wants to know if you still believe she's there." That stayed with me the whole day. I barely worked. I answered emails without reading them. I kept looking toward the hallway from the kitchen table like I expected something to be standing there. When I picked Jacob up, his teacher told me he'd been quiet during story time, that he was fine, just distracted. I didn't tell her why. That night, I turned the hallway light on early. Before dinner, just left it on like it was part of the routine. Jacob didn't say anything, just nodded once, like he understood. After he went to bed, I waited again. Same place, same posture, sitting cross-legged under the light, just like I had before. And I spoke. Not much, just a few words, simple things. "I'm still here. I'm trying. I believe you." The air stayed steady. The light didn't flicker. But I swear, just for a second, I felt something shift behind me. Like a change in gravity, a tilt in the floor. It passed, but not completely. Something else started that week. Not at night. During the day. Little things at first. I'd leave a cup in the sink and come back to find it on the counter. The bathroom door would be open after I was sure I closed it. A drawer in the hallway would be half open without anyone touching it. Jacob started humming in his room. The same melody over and over. Low, wordless. When I asked him what it was, he said, "I don't know. I just hear it." From where? The hallway. The next night, I heard it too. Not from Jacob's room. From the wall. Like a slow breath set to music. A lullaby with no words. Soft. Almost kind. I should have been scared, but I wasn't. Not yet. Not until the photo frame started turning. Just a little. Enough to notice. The one of Jacob at the zoo, the one of me and him at the park, the one of my sister holding him when he was a baby. All tilted, ever so slightly, inward, toward the hallway. I fixed them. Next day, they were tilted again. I didn't say anything. I just kept putting them back. I didn't want to insult her. That's what I was thinking now. Her. Not it. Not the thing. But her. A presence with intent, with rhythm, with eyes I couldn't see but always felt. I started to wonder if this had ever really been about the light, or if the light was just the easiest way in, the safest start. A switch, a moment, a routine. I started noticing the time again. Not always 3:12. Sometimes 3:15, sometimes just after 3. But always in that hour, when everything feels thinnest, the hallway light would flicker. Not off, not broken, just a twitch, like something brushing past. Jacob noticed too. He told me she was walking now, not just standing, not just watching. Where does she go? I asked. He pointed at the wall behind the light. She goes through there. There's nothing back there. He looked at me. Not for us. That night, I left the light off. Not out of defiance. To see what she'd do. I told Jacob before bed. He didn't cry. He just asked if I was going to stay up. I said yes. I sat in the hallway again, this time in the dark, and I waited. At 3:12 the light came on, but not from the switch, from the bulb, like someone touched it directly and filled it from the inside. And in that light, I saw something different. Not a shadow, not a shape, a handprint on the ceiling. Faint, long-fingered, right above me. The handprint faded by morning. I checked as soon as the sun came up, stood right under the hallway light and stared at the ceiling. No mark, no smudge. Just that off-white paint we've never gotten around to touching up. But I know what I saw. And I know she left it there on purpose. Not to scare me. To let me know she was close. Closer than she'd ever been. That day, I kept Jacob home from school. Told the office he had a cough. It wasn't a lie, not really. He was quiet all morning. Curled up on the couch with a blanket, not sick, but not quite right either. Like something was keeping him in a softer gear. I asked if he wanted to talk about the hallway. He shook his head. She's not mad, he said. She's just waiting. Waiting for what? He didn't answer. I made him grilled cheese and apple slices for lunch. He only ate half. We spent the afternoon building a dinosaur fort out of couch cushions and bed sheets, the kind of thing we used to do when he was smaller, before things started feeling heavy in the house. It helped. For a little while it helped. That night, he fell asleep early. I didn't. I sat on the floor in the hallway again, back to the wall, looking up at the light. I didn't speak. I didn't ask. I just sat, and around 3 in the morning the air changed. No footsteps, no flicker, just that slow, gentle shift, like someone had come into the room barefoot, not wanting to wake anyone. The bulb above me hummed louder, the light grew a little warmer, and I felt her, not next to me, not behind me, through me, like I was being seen all the way through, like I was a window, not a wall. I didn't move, didn't breathe too loud, and then I spoke. "I know you've been watching," I said. Nothing answered, but the hallway felt heavier. "I don't want to stop you," I said. "I just want to understand what you want." The light above me buzzed once. A pop like pressure in the glass. Then the silence again. I sat there until I heard Jacob stir in his room. When I checked on him, he was sitting up. Not scared, just alert. "She's done now," he whispered. "Done with what?" "Watching you sleep." I knelt beside the bed. "What does that mean?" Jacob looked at the wall behind me, not my face. "She wanted to make sure you wouldn't leave." I felt something catch in my throat. "I wouldn't leave you," I said. "Why would she think that?" Jacob pulled the blanket up to his chin. "Because you were starting to forget." That hit me hard. Not because it didn't make sense. Because it made too much. There had been nights more than I wanted to admit where I'd sat alone after Jacob went to bed and stared at nothing, wondering if I could keep doing it all. The work, the bills, the loneliness. The shape of the days all blending together, sharp and empty and constant. Maybe something had noticed. Something old, something waiting in the quiet. "She only comes when the light is off," Jacob whispered, "but she never turns it on unless she thinks you're not okay." I didn't cry, but I sat there longer than I should have, holding his hand, thinking about everything I'd tried not to feel. In the morning, the hallway light was still on. I turned it off. It didn't flicker. Nothing moved. The handprint never came back. We went back to normal after that. Or our version of it. Jacob still talks about her sometimes, not with fear, almost like she's a neighbor who moved away, someone who left behind a bit of her presence, but took the weight with her. I asked him once what he thought she really was. He said, "I think she used to be someone, like a person." He nodded, "But now she's not a person anymore. She's just the part that makes sure people are okay." I asked why she picked us. He shrugged, "Because you needed a hallway." I laughed at that. But deep down I understood. There's something about being seen that matters, even by something you don't understand, maybe especially then. We don't leave the light on anymore. Not always. Only when one of us feels off. If Jacob wakes up and says the air feels heavy, we flip it on and leave it. If I find myself drifting again, not sad, just hollow, I sit in the hallway for a bit. And sometimes I feel the weight lift. Just a little. Just enough. There's no haunting now. No footsteps, no arms from the ceiling, no strange lullabies. just the memory of someone who stepped into the quiet when no one else could. She didn't want to be seen. She didn't want to be thanked. She just wanted to be noticed. And now that she has been, now that the light is ours again, she's moved on. Not gone. Not lost. Just finished. The sun beat down on the sprawling flea market, casting long shadows across the worn asphalt lot. I wiped sweat from my brow, squinting through the haze of early summer heat. My press badge hung heavy around my neck, a reminder of tomorrow's deadline looming over me like a guillotine blade. 3 months at the Chronicle, and still nothing but coffee runs and obituaries. This puff piece on local treasures and what flea markets say about our community was not exactly award material, but it was a step up, maybe. I had already spent 2 hours photographing vintage lamps and interviewing elderly women about their depression glass collections. My recorder had captured their trembling voices describing pieces just like Grandma used to have. The kind of wholesome, forgettable content that filled page 16 when the ad space did not sell. That is when I saw it, the electronics table tucked in the far corner of the market, a mountain of tangled cords, obsolete devices, and forgotten technology. The kind of place where I might find something that did not scream, "I am a broke journalist making do with hand-me-downs." The vendor did not look up as I approached. He sat hunched on a metal folding chair, thumbing through a paperback with yellowed pages. Sweat stains bloomed beneath his armpits, spreading across his faded flannel despite the heat. His face remained shadowed beneath a trucker cap pulled low. "Find anything interesting?" he asked without looking up. His voice had a sandpaper quality, like he gargled with gravel each morning. "Just browsing," I replied, picking through a box of digital cameras with cracked screens and missing buttons. That is when I spotted it. A voice recorder nestled between a broken game console and an old brick phone. Not the cheap plastic one from the office supply store that constantly jammed. This was professional grade. Black metal casing, substantial weight, with a small display screen and proper condenser mic attachment. The kind actual journalists used. "How much?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, holding up the recorder. He finally looked up. His eyes were pale, almost colorless in the shadow of his cap brim. $20, he said. Then his lips quirked up slightly. "It works. Battery is good too." I turned it over in my hands. Sony professional recorder, retailed new for around $500. Even used, they went for at least $100 online. The device showed some wear. A few scratches along the metal casing, a small dent on one corner, but nothing serious. "Mind if I test it?" I asked. He shrugged. "Be my guest." I pressed the power button, pleasantly surprised when the display lit up. Battery at 72%, better than my phone. I hit record, spoke a quick, "Testing, 1, 2, 3, and played it back. Crystal clear audio, no buzz or hiss. "Sold," I said, digging for my wallet. Maybe with equipment like this, I would finally get assigned something meaningful. Maybe Richards would see me using professional gear and think I deserved professional assignments. As I handed over the 20, our fingers brushed. His were ice cold despite the heat. He held onto the bill a moment too long, staring at me with those pale eyes. "Enjoy," he said finally. "Got a lot of memories stored on that one." "Oh yeah." I turned the recorder over again. "I will probably just format it." "Might want to listen first," he suggested, returning to his book. "Never know what you might learn." Something about his tone made the hair on my arms stand up, but I nodded and pocketed the recorder, chalking it up to flea market weirdness. Every vendor had their quirks. Part of the charm I was supposed to be writing about. I spent another hour at the market, completing interviews for my article, but the recorder sat heavy in my pocket the whole time. Something about the vendor's suggestion kept nagging at me. The way he had said it, like he was letting me in on a secret. Back in my car, air conditioning blasting against the summer heat, I pulled out the recorder again. 5 audio files, each numbered 1 through 5. The oldest dated 3 months back, the most recent just last week. My finger hovered over the play button. Ethically, I knew I should just delete them. Someone's private recordings were not mine to hear, but I was a journalist, was I not? Curiosity was practically in the job description. I pressed play on the first file. A man's voice filled my car, casual, conversational. "Testing, testing, new recorder. Let us see how this picks up." A woman laughed in the background. "You and your gadgets, Tyler." Her voice was warm, affectionate. "Hey, Rebecca, come closer to the mic. Tell me about your day." The woman, Rebecca, sighed playfully. "You know about my day. You were there for most of it. Humor me. I want to test this thing's range." Rebecca launched into a story about a difficult client at her design firm. Her voice was animated, moving around the space as she talked. The recorder caught everything perfectly. Her footsteps, the clink of ice in a glass, even the subtle change in acoustics when she moved between rooms. I listened, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. This was mundane, personal stuff, nothing sensational, just a slice of someone's private life. I should stop. But then the man, Tyler, asked a question that made me freeze. If someone disappeared, how long do you think it would take for people to really start looking? Rebecca laughed, but it sounded uncertain. What kind of question is that? Just curious. You always say nobody at your office appreciates you. If you did not show up one day, how long before someone filed a report? Tyler, that is morbid. It is hypothetical, part of my novel research. A pause. I do not know. A few days, maybe? My sister would notice if I did not answer texts. Tyler said. "Interesting." The recording ended there. I sat back, uneasy. It was probably nothing. Just a writer working on a thriller, testing dialogue. But something in Tyler's tone left me cold despite the summer heat blasting through my windows. My phone buzzed with a text from my editor. "Where is that flea market copy? Deadline is tomorrow morning." I started the car, telling myself I would listen to the rest later. But as I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The electronics vendor stood at the edge of the parking lot, watching my car. Even from this distance, I could feel those pale eyes following me. He raised his hand in a small wave as I drove away. It was not until I was halfway home that I realized. I had never told him my name, but he had watched me the entire time I browsed his wares, almost like he had been waiting for me specifically. Almost like he had known exactly what I would buy. I could not sleep that night. The voice recorder sat on my nightstand, its small power light glowing in the darkness like a watchful eye. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the vendor standing in the parking lot, hand raised in that knowing wave. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep. I switched on my lamp, grabbed the recorder, and settled back against my headboard. My finger hovered over the play button for the second file. I told myself I was being ridiculous. They were just recordings, probably nothing sinister at all. But that question about disappearing kept echoing in my head. I pressed play. The second recording started with music playing softly in the background, classical, something with violins that I did not recognize. Tyler spoke first. "Rebecca, come sit down. I made dinner." "It smells amazing." Her voice was closer to the recorder this time. "You did not have to go to all this trouble. 3 months together deserves a celebration." The clink of silverware against plates, the gentle pour of wine into glasses. They talked about normal things, work stress, a movie they had seen, plans for the weekend. I almost turned it off again, feeling like a voyeur in their intimate moment. Then Rebecca asked, "So what were you writing earlier? You were so focused." "Just some ideas for the novel." "The thriller? The one about the serial killer?" "Yes. I think I might have figured out the perfect murder method." Rebecca laughed. "Should I be worried?" "Of course not." Tyler's voice was light, but something about it made me tense. "But theoretically, if you wanted to get away with murder, what would you do?" "I do not know. I have never thought about it." "Come on, everyone has thought about it." "Well, not me." Rebecca's tone had cooled slightly. "It is a bit morbid for dinner conversation. Just humor me, writer research." A pause, then Rebecca sighed. "Fine. If I had to kill someone and get away with it, I would probably make it look like an accident, like maybe they fell downstairs or something. Too obvious. Police look for that. What about poison? Something untraceable. Do those even exist? Sure. Certain plant toxins break down quickly in the body. No trace after 48 hours. The conversation continued in this vein, growing increasingly detailed. My stomach turned as Tyler described methods with an enthusiasm that seemed beyond simple research. Rebecca grew quieter, only occasionally murmuring responses. Finally, she said, "Can we talk about something else? This is making me uncomfortable." "Sorry." Tyler did not sound sorry, just got carried away with the creative process. The recording continued for a few more minutes of stilted conversation before ending. I sat in my bed, staring at the recorder. The timestamp showed the file had been recorded 2.5 months ago. I picked up my phone. It was nearly 4 in the morning, but I did not care. I searched Rebecca Designer Missing and added our city name. Nothing relevant came up. I tried various combinations of search terms: Rebecca Designer, Rebecca Missing, recent disappearances women. Nothing that seemed connected to the woman on the recording. I put the phone down, feeling foolish. Of course there was nothing. I was letting my imagination run away with me. Just because some guy was interested in murder methods for his novel did not make him a killer. I had nearly convinced myself of this when my phone chimed with a text message. Unknown number. "Enjoying the recordings?" My blood went cold. I stared at the message, then back at the recorder. Had the vendor somehow tracked me through it? Was there some kind of GPS in the device I had not noticed? My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Finally, "Just curious if you've listened to all the files yet. They get better." "How did you get this number?" Press badge, easy to read from where I was sitting. I remembered the badge hanging around my neck at the flea market. My full name and phone number were printed on it, standard policy for journalists on assignment. "What is on those recordings?" I typed. "Listen and find out." I should have turned the recorder off, deleted the files, called the police maybe. Instead, I picked it up again and pressed play on the 3rd file. This one started differently. No music, no casual conversation, just the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps, a man clearing his throat, Tyler. Rebecca and I had a fight. His voice was lower than before. Controlled. She did not like the questions I was asking yesterday. Said I was obsessed. Said my novel research was getting creepy. He laughed softly. If only she knew. More footsteps. The sound of a refrigerator opening and closing. The clink of ice in a glass. She does not understand the creative process. The need to immerse yourself in your subject. To truly understand what you are writing about. A long pause. The sound of liquid being poured. I have decided to show her, to make her understand. My heart pounded in my chest. This was crossing a line from unsettling into something else entirely. I put something in her wine tonight. Just a mild sedative, nothing dangerous. Just enough to make her sleepy. Then I will explain everything. Make her understand what I am trying to accomplish. I nearly dropped the recorder. This was not research. This was not fiction. This was a confession, or a plan. The recording continued with mundane sounds, water running, glasses clinking, occasional muttered comments too quiet to make out. Then a doorbell. "She is here." Tyler's voice was eager. "Time to begin." The sound of a door opening. Rebecca's voice, bright but with an edge of wariness. "Hey, I got your text. You said you wanted to talk?" "Come in. I poured you some wine. The red you like." "Thanks. Look, about yesterday, I am sorry if I came across harsh. I just think sometimes you get too deep into your work and forget the line between fiction and reality." No apology needed. I understand completely. That is actually what I wanted to talk about crossing lines. Their voices moved around the space. The recorder must have been set down somewhere central. I could hear them clearly, could track their movements through the apartment. Rebecca asking questions about his novel. Tyler answering vaguely, always steering her back to her wine. "You seem tired," he said eventually. "I do feel a bit strange. Maybe the wine was not a good idea on an empty stomach. Here, sit down. Let me get you some water." Shuffling sounds. Rebecca's voice growing fainter. "Tyler, I feel really dizzy. What was in that wine?" "Just something to help you relax, so we can have an honest conversation." "I do not understand." Her words were slurred now. "What are you doing?" "Creating art," Tyler said simply. "The most authentic art comes from real experience. You will help me understand my character better. The victim, the fear, the desperation." "Tyler, this is not funny." Panic had entered her voice, though muted by whatever drug he had given her. "I want to go home." "But you are going to help me with my research, Rebecca. Just a few more questions." The recording ended abruptly. I sat frozen, clutching the device in my sweaty palm. This was not a novel. This was real, and based on the dates, it had happened just 2 months ago. I picked up my phone again, the text conversation with the unknown number still open. "These are real, are not they?" I typed. The reply came instantly. "Keep listening. You are only halfway through the story." I should have called the police right then, should have handed everything over, but something kept me from doing it. The journalist in me, perhaps, the need to know the whole story. Or perhaps it was fear, the knowledge that whoever had sent me that text message knew exactly who I was and where to find me. My finger hovered over the play button for recording number 4. Sleep never came that night. The voice recorder taunted me from the nightstand, its power light blinking like a tiny heartbeat in my dark bedroom. Every creak in my apartment building made me jump. Twice I got up to check that my door was locked. Morning light finally spilled through my blinds. I looked like hell in the bathroom mirror, bloodshot eyes, stubble crawling across my jaw. My editor would be expecting that flea market piece on his desk in 3 hours. Fuck the flea market piece. I called in sick. Richards grumbled, but didn't push it. 3 months of perfect attendance had earned me 1 mental health day. After a scalding shower and 2 cups of black coffee, I sat at my kitchen table with the recorder. Part of me wanted to drive straight to the police station. Drop this cursed thing on some detective's desk and walk away. Let the professionals handle it. But what would I say? Some creepy guy sold me a recorder with what sounds like evidence of a crime, but I don't know the full names of the people involved or where they live. And by the way, I think the seller might be stalking me now. They'd laugh me out the door. No, I needed more information. Concrete details the police could act on. The 4th recording might have names, addresses, something useful. I hit play. This recording started with the sound of shuffling, then a door opening, heavy breathing. "Testing," Tyler's voice whispered. "Day 1 of the experiment." The rustle of movement, a soft moan, barely audible. Subject is secure, minimal bruising from restraints, still heavily sedated. More shuffling, the sound of a chair scraping across floor. "Rebecca, can you hear me? Blink if you can hear me." A pause. "Good. This will be easier if you cooperate. The sedative should wear off soon. Then we can begin." Rebecca made a muffled sound like she was trying to speak through something covering her mouth. "I know you're confused, scared. That's natural. But this is important work we're doing. Art requires sacrifice." The recorder picked up what sounded like Rebecca struggling against restraints, the panicked breathing through her nose, small, desperate sounds from her throat. "I'm going to remove the gag now. No one will hear you if you scream. My apartment is soundproofed. Writer's necessity, you understand." A ripping sound, tape being pulled away. Rebecca gasped. "Tyler, please. Whatever this is, it isn't funny anymore. Let me go." "This isn't a joke, Rebecca. This is research, the most authentic kind." "Research for what? Your stupid book?" Her voice cracked. "People are going to look for me. My sister knows I was coming here." "Does she?" Check your phone. The text canceling our plans came from you, as did the message to your boss about taking a spontaneous vacation. Everyone thinks you're on a beach in Florida right now. Silence, except for Rebecca's increasingly panicked breathing. "You're insane," she finally whispered. "No, I'm committed to authenticity. Do you know how many crime thrillers get the details wrong? The psychology, the progression of fear? I won't make those mistakes." "Tyler, you don't have to do this. We can forget this happened. I won't tell anyone." His laugh sent chills down my spine. "We've barely started, Rebecca. Let me show you something." Footsteps, the sound of metal items being arranged on a hard surface. "What is that?" Terror made her voice rise. "Please, Tyler, please don't." "Just tools for our research. Today we're studying fear, pure unfiltered fear. I need to document its progression, how it manifests physically, the changes in your voice, your breathing, your pleas." She began to sob. The sound of it raw, primal terror made my stomach clench. I nearly turned off the recorder right there, but I forced myself to keep listening. "Let's begin," Tyler said, his tone clinical. "Tell me how you're feeling right now. Be specific." "Fuck you." A sharp slap. Rebecca cried out. "That's not helpful. Let's try again. Describe your fear." Silence, except for her ragged breathing. "Rebecca, cooperation makes this easier for both of us." "My heart," she finally whispered. "It feels like it's going to explode. My mouth is dry. I can't think straight." "Good. Physical manifestations of acute fear. Now on a scale of 1 to 10. "Why are you doing this?" she interrupted. "I thought you loved me." Tyler sighed like a disappointed teacher. "This isn't about love, Rebecca. It's about art, about truth. You'll help me create something authentic, something real." "You're recording this, aren't you?" Her voice changed, a horrifying realization dawning. "This is for your precious fucking book." Very perceptive. "Yes, everything is being documented. For posterity." The sound of metal scraping against metal came through the recorder. "What's that? Tyler, what are you doing? Please, please don't." The recording cut off abruptly. I realized I was gripping the edge of my table so hard my knuckles had turned white. My phone buzzed. Another text from the unknown number. "Fourth recording getting interesting, isn't it? The fifth is the best. The finale." My hands shook as I typed. "Who are you? Why did you give me this?" "Just a fan of your work. Thought a real journalist might appreciate a real story." "This isn't a story. It's evidence of a crime." "Is it? Or creative fiction? Hard to tell these days." "Did you hurt Rebecca?" "I'm just the middleman. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it." That didn't make any sense. The recorder finds its way? What the hell does that mean? "Some things want to be heard." I dropped my phone like it had burned me. This was crazy. All of it. Yet the fourth recording had sounded so real. Rebecca's terror hadn't been acted. No one was that good. I opened my laptop and tried more focused searches. Rebecca designer missing plus our city name, nothing. Recent disappearances women, plus neighboring cities. A few results, but nothing matching Rebecca's description from what little I knew. I even tried Tyler Ryder with various combinations of crime and thriller, thinking he might be published somewhere. Again, nothing useful. Maybe they used fake names on the recordings, but why would they? If these were real, if Tyler had actually done those things to Rebecca, why document it with their real names? Unless he never expected anyone else to hear the recordings. Or unless he wanted someone to hear them eventually. My phone buzzed again. Ready for the finale? I ignored it. Instead, I tried one more search. Voice recorder. John. Murder evidence. John. Flea market. To my shock, results appeared. 3 of them, spanning the past 5 years. The first was a local news article from a small town 2 states over. Local man arrested after flea market purchase leads to murder investigation. The second was a Reddit post titled, "Creepy voice recorder I bought has what sounds like someone being murdered on it. What should I do?" The third was a blog post by a woman named Maria Chen, the voice recorder that almost cost me my life. I clicked on Maria's blog first. The post was long, rambling. She described buying a high-end voice recorder at a swap meet, finding recordings on it, a man and woman talking. The conversations growing increasingly disturbing, the woman's distress escalating with each recording. By the final recording, Maria wrote, I was listening to what sounded like her murder. The man kept saying, "No one will ever hear this." Then there was this awful wet sound, then silence. My blood turned to ice water. Maria continued. The worst part came after. The texts from an unknown number. Someone watching me. I went to the police, but they couldn't trace the number. Couldn't find any evidence of the people on the recordings. Said it was probably an elaborate prank. Then someone broke into my apartment. I got home just as they were leaving. Never saw their face, but they'd left something on my bed, a new voice recorder, brand new. With a note, "Your turn." Maria ended her post writing that she'd moved to another state, changed her name, never told anyone where she'd gone. The date on the blog post, 6 months ago. My phone buzzed again. I looked down at it, my mouth dry as sand. Time for the 5th recording, the grand finale. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, to call the police, to throw the recorder away, I picked it up and pressed play on the 5th and final file. Even before I heard the first sounds, I knew exactly what was on it, what had to be on it, and I knew what the wet sound would be. My pulse throbbed in my fingertips as they hovered over the play button. Sweat beaded along my hairline despite the air conditioning blasting through my apartment. The weight of what I was about to hear pressed down on my chest, making each breath shallow and quick. Before pressing play, I grabbed my phone and called the police. Enough playing detective. This was beyond me now. The dispatcher answered with practiced calmness. I tried explaining words tumbling out too fast, too frantic about the recorder, the apparent documentation of torture, possibly murder. "Sir, do you have any names or addresses where this alleged crime took place?" "No, but..." "Any identifying information about the victim or perpetrator? Full names? Workplaces?" "Just first names. Tyler and Rebecca. She works at a design firm, but I don't know which one." A pause. "And these recordings were purchased second-hand at a flea market?" The skepticism in her voice was unmistakable. Yes, but there are others who found recorders like this. I found blog posts. Sir, we can send an officer to take a report, but without actionable information, there's not much we can do. It could be an elaborate prank or an art project. An art project. Tyler's words about authentic art echoed in my head. So that's it. You won't do anything. File a report. If you discover any concrete information about a crime, contact us immediately. She took my information and hung up, leaving me with nothing but a case number and the recorder still sitting on my table. The walls seemed to press inward. My kitchen felt suddenly too small, too exposed. I paced back and forth, checking window locks, peering through blinds at the street below. Was someone watching my apartment right now? Was Tyler out there, or whoever had sold me the recorder? My phone buzzed again, the same unknown number. Listen to the recording. You'll want to hear how it ends. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. Pins and needles crawled down my arms. I needed answers, damn it. I snatched up the recorder and jabbed the play button for the 5th file. Silence at first, then shuffling, the sound of a door opening and closing, footsteps approaching. Day 7, Tyler's voice, more excited than in previous recordings. Subject shows remarkable resilience, still holding on to hope, fascinating from a psychological perspective. A whimper in the background, Rebecca's voice, hoarse from screaming or dehydration or both. Please, water. Of course, footsteps, the sound of pouring liquid, here. Gulping sounds, desperate and animal-like. Thank you, Rebecca whispered. Her voice was different now, flat, mechanical, the voice of someone whose terror had crystallized into something else entirely, something like resignation. You're welcome. See? Cooperation makes things easier. My family, they have to be looking by now. Nobody's looking, Rebecca. Your sister received texts from your phone about extending your vacation. Your boss got an email about a family emergency. Everyone thinks you're exactly where you're supposed to be. How long? Her voice cracked. How long are you going to keep me here? Until the experiment is complete. What experiment? You keep saying that, but you won't tell me what you're studying. Tyler sighed. I suppose there's no harm in explaining now. My novel needs authenticity. I'm documenting the stages of captivity, the psychological breakdown, how hope dies, how the mind fractures under prolonged fear and isolation. A chilling pause. But most importantly, I'm documenting what happens when someone realizes they're going to die. Rebecca's breathing quickened. You're going to kill me. Not a question, a realization. Yes, eventually, when I have everything I need. The stark honesty turned my legs to jelly. I sank onto my kitchen floor, back against the cabinets, recorder clutched in my trembling hand. You can't do this. You'll get caught. Rebecca's voice had gained a desperate edge. Killers always make mistakes. You're recording everything. That's evidence. Tyler laughed a normal, pleasant laugh that now sounded deranged in context. Who would ever hear these recordings? They'll be destroyed when I'm finished. All except the last one. Why keep the last one? Because sometimes we need reminders of what we're capable of, the depths we can reach when we commit fully to our art. Their voices continued, Rebecca begging, Tyler explaining his process with detached enthusiasm. I listened, teeth clamped so tight my jaw ached, as he described what would happen to her recordings after her death. I'll wipe them all clean, then I'll sell the recorder at some second-hand shop, some flea market, let it start its journey again. Again? Rebecca's voice was barely audible. You've done this before. The recorder finds its way to people who'll appreciate it, people like me, people who understand what real art demands. My stomach lurched. The recorder finds its way, the same phrase from the text messages. Was Tyler the one texting me now, or someone else? How many were there? The recording continued with sounds of movement, metal clinking against metal again, Rebecca whimpering. Today we'll be testing pain thresholds, Tyler said, clinical once more. I need to document realistic reactions for my protagonist. Tyler, please. Rebecca's voice rose in desperation. This isn't you. This can't be you. The man I knew was just the surface. This is the real me, Rebecca, the artist beneath the mask. What followed were sounds I'll never forget. Rebecca's screams built slowly at first, then rose to a pitch that tore through my head like physical pain. I scrambled to lower the volume, but couldn't look away from the recorder, couldn't stop listening, as if somehow by bearing witness I could retroactively save her. The screaming eventually stopped, replaced by ragged breathing, sobs. Excellent, Tyler murmured. Very authentic. The recording continued with merciful stretches of silence, broken by occasional questions from Tyler, reactions from Rebecca that grew weaker, more distant. Then his tone changed, became contemplative. I think we're approaching the finale, Rebecca. You've given me everything I needed. The progression has been perfect. Please, she whispered, so faintly the recorder barely picked it up. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. You know I can't do that. Then just kill me. Stop dragging it out. A pause. Are you afraid to die, Rebecca? Yes. A single broken syllable. Tell me why. Because I don't want to disappear. I don't want to be nothing. You won't be nothing. You'll be art, immortalized in my work, the most authentic victim ever captured on the page. Footsteps approached. The sound of Rebecca's breathing quickened. What are you doing, Tyler? Shh, he soothed. It's time for the final scene. No, wait, please. Her voice cut off in a gasp. Then she spoke again, slower, confused. What did you? Just something to make the transition easier. You'll feel sleepy soon. You said, her words were slurring now, you said no one would ever hear this. My ears rang. The exact phrase from the prompt. You said no one would ever hear this. No one who matters, Tyler replied softly. Silence stretched. Rebecca's breathing slowed, grew shallow. Then came the sound, a long, wet gurgle, the sound of someone drowning in their own blood. After that, silence, footsteps, the rustle of movement. Guess I'll need a new one, Tyler's voice, casual as commenting on the weather. I hope they like flea markets. The recording ended. I barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting, acid burning my throat. When I straightened, spots dancing in my vision, My phone was buzzing on the kitchen table. I staggered back and looked at the screen. Now you understand. The recorder chose you, just like it chose me. My fingers trembled so badly I could barely type. Who are you? A link in the chain, a keeper of the tradition. What tradition? Murder. Art. The most authentic kind. The recorder finds those with potential, those who understand what real creation requires. I wanted to fling the phone across the room. Instead, I typed, "You're insane." We thought that too at first. Everyone does. But you'll come around. They always do. They? Others who found the recorder, who heard its stories, who understood what comes next. And what comes next? The response took longer this time. Finally, you find someone. You make your own recordings. You pass the recorder on. The tradition continues. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall to the floor, phone clutched in my sweating hand. And if I don't? Then someone finds you instead. Like I found Tyler when he hesitated. Like someone will find you if you break the chain. I looked up at my apartment windows. Were the blinds arranged exactly as I'd left them? Was that shadow outside normal? "You're watching me right now, aren't you?" I typed. The reply came instantly. Always. The recorder must be passed on. The tradition must continue. I looked back at the voice recorder sitting on my kitchen table, its small red light blinking steadily, waiting. What if I go to the police? With what? A recorder full of what could be performance art? A text conversation with an untraceable number? Others have tried. Check the blog posts. See what happened to them. Maria Chen's words flashed through my mind. Someone broke into my apartment, left a new voice recorder with a note, "Your turn." My phone buzzed with a new message. "Time to start recording, journalist. You have the perfect voice for it." 5 days passed in a blur of paranoia. I barely slept, barely ate. The curtains stayed drawn. I called in sick to work until Richards threatened my job. Even then, I only filed the flea market story remotely, a sanitized piece about community and nostalgia that made no mention of electronics vendors with pale eyes. The voice recorder sat inside a shoebox, buried under winter clothes in my closet. Out of sight, but never out of mind. The texts kept coming. Time to start recording. Choose someone, anyone. The tradition must continue. I stopped responding after day 2, started documenting everything instead. Screenshots of the texts, photos of the recorder, notes about the recordings, timestamps, direct quotes. Everything a good journalist would collect. On day 5, I made my decision. Not to become a killer, not to continue whatever sick chain this was, but to break it. The police had been useless on my first attempt. This time, I needed to be smarter. I needed evidence they couldn't dismiss. I dug out the business card of a detective I'd interviewed for a piece on property crime last year. Detective Mercer. She'd been straightforward, competent. Most importantly, she'd taken me seriously. I called her personal number, not the station. "Mercer," she answered on the 3rd ring. "This is Alex Moore from the Chronicle. We met last year for that series on apartment break-ins." "I remember. What can I do for you, Moore?" "I need to talk to you. Off the record, at least initially, it's about a murder. A pause. You reporting a crime or working on a story? Both. Maybe. I have evidence, but it's complicated. To her credit, she agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. Public enough to be safe, private enough for conversation. I arrived early, chose a corner table with my back to the wall, ordered coffee I couldn't taste. My eyes scanned every customer, every passerby on the street outside. Was one of them watching me? Following me? Detective Mercer arrived right on time, plain clothes, but I spotted the subtle bulge of her shoulder holster under her jacket. She sat across from me, ordered a black coffee, and got straight to business. So what's this evidence of murder? I pulled out my phone, loaded with the screenshots, and a USB drive containing copies of all 5 audio recordings. I bought a voice recorder at a flea market 5 days ago. It contained recordings of a woman being held captive and eventually murdered. And now whoever sold it to me is sending threatening messages, implying I need to kill someone else and pass the recorder on. To her credit, she didn't immediately dismiss me. Her expression remained neutral as I walked her through everything: the recordings, the texts, the blog posts from others who'd found similar recorders. She listened to portions of the audio files. Her face darkened at the 5th recording, especially at the wet, gurgling sound near the end. "Have you received any direct threats?" she asked. "Anything specific saying they'll harm you if you don't comply?" "Just vague implications, that someone will find me if I break the chain." She nodded slowly. "So we're looking at potential murder, stalking, and criminal coercion." She pocketed the USB drive. "I'll need the original recorder as evidence." "It's at my apartment." "Then let's go get it." The walk to my apartment building took less than 10 minutes. I felt safer with Mercer beside me, her alert eyes scanning the street periodically. Still, my key shook as I unlocked the building's front door. In the elevator, she asked, "Have you noticed anyone following you? Any unfamiliar vehicles or people hanging around your building?" "I've barely left my apartment since finding the recordings, but I feel watched constantly." The elevator doors opened on my floor. We walked down the hallway, my anxiety spiking with each step. What if someone had broken in while I was gone? What if they were waiting inside? But my door was still locked. Everything inside looked untouched. I went straight to the closet, dug out the shoebox, and handed Mercer the recorder. "I need to document this properly," she said, taking photos of the recorder with her phone. "Chain of custody is critical if this becomes evidence in a criminal case." As she worked, I glanced at my own phone. 3 new text messages from the unknown number. "What are you doing?" "Who is that with you?" "This isn't how it works." I showed Mercer the messages. Her expression hardened. "They're watching your building," she said quietly. "Probably right now." My throat constricted. "What do we do?" "We use it to our advantage." She pulled out her own phone. "I'm calling for backup and a tech team. Whoever this is, they've made a mistake. Texts can be traced. Surveillance means they're physically nearby." While she made the call, I peeked through my blinds at the street below. Cars, pedestrians. Nothing obviously suspicious, but they could be anywhere, in any of those vehicles. behind any of those windows in the building across the street. Mercer finished her call. Officers are on their way. They'll set up a perimeter and sweep the area. Our tech team will work on tracing those text messages. Will that work if they're using burner phones? Maybe not the texts alone, but combined with surveillance footage from the area, witness statements from the flea market, and the recorder itself, we'll build a case. She paused. But first, I need to ask you something important. What? Are you absolutely certain you weren't involved in creating these recordings? That this isn't some elaborate attempt at pitching a crime story? The question stung, but I understood it. Check the dates on the recordings. I was covering city council meetings when the first 4 were made. Dozens of people can verify my whereabouts. And I don't have the technical expertise to fake something like this. She nodded. Had to ask. Now let's. My phone buzzed again. A new message. You broke the rules. Front door, 2 minutes. Mercer read it over my shoulder. Get away from the windows. Now. She guided me to the bathroom. No windows. 1 door. Solid walls. Drew her weapon. Stay here. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Before I could protest, she was gone. I locked the bathroom door, hands trembling so badly I could barely manage the simple task. Pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear anything beyond my own pounding heartbeat. Minutes crawled by. Voices in the hallway outside my apartment, heavy footsteps, the crackle of police radios. Then 3 sharp knocks on the bathroom door. Moore, it's Mercer. You can come out now. I opened the door cautiously. Mercer stood there, gun holstered, looking grimly satisfied. We got him, or one of them, at least. She led me to my living room, now filled with uniformed officers. Through my open front door, I caught a glimpse of someone being handcuffed in the hallway. Male, medium build, wearing a dark hoodie. He was coming up the stairs when our first officers arrived, Mercer explained. Had this on him. She held up an evidence bag containing a knife. Another bag held a brand new voice recorder still in its packaging. And this. She showed me a third bag with a folded note inside. Even through the plastic I could read the words. Your turn. Is it him? The vendor from the flea market? No, different guy entirely. But we found multiple phones on him, including the one used to text you. And guess what? He has the same recorder in his car that you bought at the flea market. Same model. So there are more of them? A group? Looking that way, we'll know more once we question him. The next 12 hours passed in a whirlwind of statements, evidence cataloging, and revelations. I sat in an interview room at the police station, telling my story over and over to different detectives. They brought photos, asked if I recognized faces. One was the flea market vendor. Another was a woman who'd apparently been watching my building. By morning, the outlines of the case were becoming clear. A loose network of killers connected not by personal relationships but by the recorders themselves. Each finding victims, recording their torture and murder, then passing the recorders along to potential new recruits. Some accepted the twisted invitation. Others, like Maria Chen, ran. Some probably became victims themselves. How many? I asked Mercer when she brought me coffee around dawn. We've identified at least 7 so far, across 4 states. The recordings go back years. Different victims, different killers, but the same methodology, the same ritual. And Rebecca, the woman in my recordings? Mercer's face softened slightly. We've got a team working to identify her now. The man who made those recordings, Tyler Kasdan, has been missing for 3 months. His apartment was cleaned out. No evidence left behind. He said in the recording that he was going to destroy them all except the last one. Looks like that's their pattern. Keep only the final recording as proof of what they've done, as inspiration for the next killer. I stared into my coffee cup. What happens now? Now we build our case. The 3 we arrested today will lead us to others. We'll find as many of the victims as we can, bring them justice. She paused. And you go back to your life. With police protection for now. My life. The words felt hollow. How could I go back to writing fluff pieces about flea markets after this? I want to write about it. The whole story. Mercer frowned. Not yet. Not until we've made more arrests, identified more victims. But eventually, yes. People should know this story. 3 months later, I submitted the first draft of the recorder ring to my editor. With the police investigation public now, Richards had given me all the time and resources I needed to tell the story properly. What had started as a 5-part series for the Chronicle had grown into a book deal. 17 killers arrested across 6 states, 23 confirmed victims, including Rebecca Lawson, whose family finally got answers after believing she'd simply abandoned her life. 4 more suspects still at large. And 52 voice recorders recovered as evidence, each containing that final recording, that final moment, each meant to be passed on, to continue the chain. I still jump when my phone buzzes with an unknown number, still check my locks twice before bed, still wake from nightmares where I hear that wet gurgling sound. But I'm telling their stories now, the victims, not the killers, giving voices back to those who had them stolen. The recorder chose me, but not for the reason they intended, not to continue their tradition, but to end it. Every day I get emails from readers who've checked their second-hand purchases more carefully, who've gone to police with suspicious recordings. 3 new arrests have been made based on tips generated by my articles. The chain is breaking, link by link. Sometimes late at night, I think about that moment when I first saw the recorder at the flea market, how easy it would have been to walk past, how different everything would be if I had. But I didn't walk past. I picked it up. I listened. And because I did, the recording finally found the audience it was meant for, not another killer, but someone who would make sure the world heard what needed to be heard. Justice, not tradition, became the legacy of that voice recorder. And somewhere out there, I know Rebecca would approve.